My mic was off the whole time? Really? God damn. I thought I had my mic on. Javar, thank you. I'm glad you said something, man. I'm glad you fucking said something. Because I was trying to figure out what was going on. Oh my God. I am so sorry, y'all. I had my mic off. It's been a long night. You don't understand. I went from going live with the Worlds Collide watch along to going live with the AEW All Out 2022 live stream watch along. It's man, I was doing so good. I was doing so good, man. I swear I was. I swear I was doing good. I should have had my fucking mic on. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm IWN. And I'm live for your WWE NXT Worlds Collide AEW All Out review. If you guys are new to the channel, hit that subscribe button. Hit that thumbs up. Let's get at least 5-6 likes on the stream, please. I really appreciate it. I am sorry that my mic was off 2 hours. If my mic is off 2 hours, that tells you right there that I am really, really tired. That's a sign right there that I need to fucking get into bed and go to sleep. And plus, I got work today too. But my God, WWE NXT Worlds Collide and AEW All Out, both of those pay-per-views were an absolute banger. They were fantastic. They were brilliant. They delivered stuff. The only two matches that did not stand out to me was Christian Cage versus Jungle Boy. I felt like they should have did better with that match, booking that match. Why did we need a fucking 10-second match between Christian Cage and Jungle Boy? That match was fucking terrible. Absolutely terrible. An absolute waste of my time watching. The NXT Women's Championship match was another waste of my fucking time watching. Christian Cage and Jungle Boy should have got more TV time than everybody else on that fucking pay-per-view. I truly believe that. Because if they would have got fucking more TV time, the match would have had a chance to be a banger just like all the other matches were on that card. Then, at that point, Christian would put over Jungle Boy in their feud. I don't know what the fuck they're doing with this feud. I really think they need to fucking end it. Because I don't think they are doing it right at this point. I really don't. This feud right now between Jungle Boy and Christian Cage, in my opinion, is turning into a complete disaster. It really is. Everything else on Worlds Collide and AEW All Out pay-per-view was fantastic. Spot on great. Oh my goodness. You want to talk about matches. The best matches on the WWE NXT Worlds Collide 2022 pay-per-view was Tyler Bate versus Bron Breakker and Carmelo Hayes versus Ricochet. Those are the two best matches on the Worlds Collide pay-per-view. Those are the two matches that I think were the best matches on the pay-per-view. Those are the two matches that I think stole the show. Those are the two matches that I think set the fucking roof off the place, man. Those are the two matches that set the fucking bar for what NXT should have fucking been. Those matches were the two best matches that everybody had their time invested in watching. We had bangers after bangers after bangers after bangers yesterday, man. I had a fucking great time on my Worlds Collide and AEW All Out watch-alongs, man. It was fucking absolutely great. So absolutely great time, man. I was fucking excited. I was laughing. I made you guys laugh. Everything. I tried everything. And it worked. It worked. Oh, God. It's this fucking 6'9" mega.com person again. Get him out! I wish this fucking pussy would stop getting in my fucking live chats. I just talked about this guy on the watch along. I just talked about this spammer. Anyways, so Carmelo Hayes retained over Ricochet. Bron Breakker defeated Tyler Bate to unify the NXT UK Men's Championship. Mandy Rose put over Blair and Meiko Satomura to unify the NXT UK Women's Championships. So, also, we got the return of Samoa Joe. The first ever AEW Trios champions were crowned. And Toni Storm became the AEW Interim World Women's Champion. And I got some news on AEW and CM Punk. I got some real bad news on CM Punk. I got some CM Punk news on what CM Punk said during the media scrum that's got him a lot of fucking heat. We're going to talk about it. I'm going to give you my thoughts on it. I'm probably going to rant about it a little bit. I don't know. Oh, and I even got some news on CM Punk burying Colt Cabana and Hangman Page during the AEW All Out media scrum. And much more here on the IWN YouTube channel. Before we officially get started, I just want to apologize for having my mic off. I did not realize it was fucking off. I really didn't. I don't know how I didn't realize my mic was off. I think it's just because I was tired. I went live with so much watch-alongs last week. It was a busy fucking weekend for me, guys. You just got to understand. You got to understand how busy it was for me this weekend. It was fucking tiring. It really was. But it was a damn good weekend, I tell you that much. And I had a hell of a good time. It was absolutely great. That is the type of weekends I need to have right there to make my day better. Shoot, having a girlfriend would make my day even more better. Jesus fucking Christ, man. So anyways, guys, if you're new to the channel, hit that subscribe button, turn on the bell for notifications so you don't miss a single watch-along, a single pay-per-view watch-along, and a single review that goes live each and every single week. We got the AEW Dark Elevation watch-along coming up, which will be this Tuesday afternoon. The AEW Dark watch-along will be Wednesday afternoon at 4 p.m. as usual. The Elevation watch-along will be at 1 p.m. And Friday, I'm going to be streaming some WWE 2K22, continuing to try out some of the talents on the game and some of the talent from the DLC on the game. Try to go through the full list of male and female talents in ABC order. And then after that, my Friday SmackDown watch-along will be live. Because I can't wait to see what's going to happen. What's going to happen on SmackDown after the fallout of that Clash of the Castles pay-per-view. I can't wait to see what's going to happen during the fallout of Clash of the Castles pay-per-view on SmackDown. And I can't wait to read the Monday Night Raw results because I want to see what Rey Mysterio Edge has to say about Dominique turning on them, basically. I can't wait for that. Oh my goodness. We got much more new content coming to the channel by the end of this year. And I tell you one thing, I'm definitely getting a green screen for Christmas, because once I get a green screen, we'll be good to go. And we'll have even more audience in here when that green screen gets put behind me here. I'm saving up for a green screen. And my fucking stream is going to be looking just like my buddy Tino Times. Tino's Time, actually. That's his YouTube channel name. He calls himself Tino Time Wrestling, but yeah. And yes, I invited Tino's Time over to my WWE Clash of the Castles watch along because I feel like it was the right time to. I should have did it before the start of the WWE Clash of the Castles watch along, but I did. I did. And that's okay. We all make mistakes. It happens. But anyways, hit the thumbs up. Let's get 5-6 likes on the stream. I really appreciate it. Thank you guys for the overwhelming support. I really appreciate it. We are up to 426 subscribers now. Keep subscribing. Keep sharing my watch-alongs and reviews to Facebook, Instagram, and all various other social media platforms. We're going to go ahead and get started with the review for real this time because my mic was off. I don't know why. I forgot to turn on my mic. I think I was tired, and I think I just didn't. At that point, I just wasn't paying attention, and I didn't realize it, and I was distracted by something. Because I did pause a little bit and look, because I heard something, you know. But there's no reason why that AEW All Out pay-per-view should have been that long, though. 15 matches is too much. Should have been at least 7-8 matches on the card. That made no sense to have 15 matches. Who the fuck is going to sit there for 8 hours and watch 15 goddamn fucking matches? Excuse my language, but it's the truth. I'm speaking truth here. Nobody in the community, Fightful, would even sit there for 8 hours and watch a fucking goddamn match. 15 matches. Ringside News wouldn't even sit there and watch a fucking all-out pay-per-view with 15 matches. Nobody in the community would sit there for 15 or 8-7 fucking hours watching 15 matches. Come on. Come on. And you want to talk about a kickoff show? A kickoff show is supposed to have only one match, not 3 fucking matches. Come on. That was another issue. And then they're going to have the nerve to book Melo and Sammy Guevara versus Ruby Soho and Ortiz. Is AEW going fucking nutsack or what? Jesus fucking Christ, AEW needs to fucking get themselves together. They really do. They are fucking up really bad. I never thought AEW would be doing this bad, man. With these backstage heats and these fights and this fucking, their 50-50 booking and stuff. Tony Khan needs writers. He needs writers. If he's doing this by himself, that's not good. That's not good for his health. That's not good for his thinking. He's probably getting 3-4 hours of sleep. Tony Khan's got to make sure his health's right. You got to make sure he thinks before he applies to do stuff. You got to think before he speaks. He has to think before handling situations. You got to think before you produce a pay-per-view and book matches. Be the best AEW president that you can be. Don't be like Vince McMahon and I'm going to fucking release 200 fucking plus talent and bring back old time talents. I'm going to bring back old Hall of Famers. Oh, I'm going to bring back Eve Torres. Oh, I'm going to bring back the Bellas. I'm going to bring back Johnny Laurinaitis. Which I'm glad he's gone. Thank God. Thank God Johnny Laurinaitis is gone. Now, Bruce and Kevin Dunn be gone, I'd be even more happy. Pretty sure my buddy JD would too. Now, So let's get on with the NXT Worlds Collide review. We're going to start with that, and then we're going to review AEW All Out. And then I'm going to give you the news on CM Punk and AEW. Now, so NXT wasted a little time setting the bar incredibly high for the rest of the wrestling world to try and eclipse Sunday with an opening contest pitting North American champion Carmelo Hayes against Ricochet. The arrogant champion and his high-flying challenger delivered a surprisingly physical, high-energy display of athleticism. Hayes and Ricochet executed spots that were fresh, unique, and escalated the intensity of the match. Oh my God. This is one of the best matches on Worlds Collide. This is one of the two best matches on the Worlds Collide pay-per-view. Ricochet and Carmelo Hayes absolutely fucking killed it in the ring. No wonder where Carmelo Hayes gets his ring skills from. He must really look up to Ricochet a lot, man. Must be inspired by what Ricochet has done on the main roster and what he's done as Intercontinental Champion on SmackDown. This was a banger, man. Carmelo Hayes, I can sit here right now and say Carmelo Hayes and Ricochet have great fucking chemistry in the ring. This match was great. This match has the chances of being a match of the year candidate. I would not be surprised if it makes it to the top 10 list of best matches on an NXT pay-per-view. This should be at the top of the list, this match right here. Oh my goodness. This was a banger. In the end, though, it was the distraction provided by Ricochet, wiping out Trick Williams, that provided Hayes the momentary revive he needed. In other words, Trick Williams provided Hayes the momentary escape he needed to roll out of the way. The opportunity to roll out the way of a shooting star press. Now, when Ricochet landed on his feet, Hayes caught him with a small package for the win and successful title retention. Guys, this darn 69mega.com guy is about to piss me off so bad, and I'm just about to be on the verge of ending the review, man, ending the stream. When is this guy going to learn when to stop spamming the chat? Seriously. This chat is not here to be spammed. The live chat is open for any positive YouTubers or any positive fans of mine or my subscribers. It's not open for negative people like 69mega.com. It's not open for trolls and scammers like 69mega.com. Seriously. Getting tired of my fucking live chats being spammed. It's ridiculous. Like, cut the shit, man. We know you're up to no good. Just stop. Stop and give up. You're no better than anyone else. Seriously. You're no worse than anyone else. Jesus Christ, man. Tired of this shit. Anyways, the finish was highly, perhaps appropriately, so ironic. Now, after both guys emptied their arsenals, executing jaw-dropping spots and maneuvers, it was a classic roll-up that earned Hayes the win. Now, I thought Hayes was going to lose the North American Championship. This would have been an opportunity for Hayes to drop the North American Championship to Ricochet so that Ricochet can have another run as the North American champion. If Ricochet would have won that, he would have been a two-time North American champion. And I would see Carmelo Hayes getting called up to the main roster to be the leader of Hit Row on SmackDown and take over the goddamn men's division. Really. Carmelo Hayes has star potential written all over this man. I think he's going to do great on the main roster when he gets older. Same with Bron Breakker. Same with Cameron Grimes. Cameron Grimes. To the moon. You know. Same with Santos Escobar and his faction. Same with Meiko Satomura. Same with Mandy Rose. Which I'm going to get to talking about in a minute. That triple threat match. I'm going to give you my thoughts on that. Because I got a lot to say about that. I am not happy about the overall terrible decision WWE made in that triple threat match. I'm talking about the end of that fucking match. That last minute decision they made. We got to talk about that shit. I was not happy about it. I was not pleased. So if anything, it was proof that while the self-proclaimed A champion may be one of the greatest athletes in wrestling today, I wouldn't say the greatest, but he's the best for now. He is cerebral and opportunistic. Those traits earned him a win over a main roster competitor in Ricochet that has credibility and legitimacy and will only help to elevate the dynamic Hayes bright star. Ricochet was there to put over Carmelo Hayes. But instead, Carmelo Hayes put over Ricochet in the match and was able to retain the North American Championship. So, if I was to grade this, I get this an A+. Seriously. Damn it. I had it right, and then I messed up. One of the two best matches on that Worlds Collide pay-per-view, man. I will never forget that match. That match is going to be stuck with me for the rest of my life because it was that fucking great. And you want to talk about top moments. Hayes' entrance include jerseys bearing the names of every challenger he conquered during his time in NXT, followed by one with Ricochet's name on it in an attempt to play mind games before the hotly anticipated match. Chants of "This is awesome" broke out early as the crowd appeared and appreciated the action to this point. Now, Hayes caught Ricochet with a beautiful springboard clothesline that saw him launch himself halfway across the squared circle. The champion and challenger took off for the ropes, launched themselves off with a springboard, and collided midair with a double crossbody. Hayes answered a super kick with a throat thrust, but fell prey to the recoil. The recoil, man. So after that match, we got Fatal 4-Way elimination match for the unified NXT and NXT UK Tag Team Champions. NXT Tag Team Champions, the Creed Brothers. NXT UK Tag Team Champions, Josh Briggs and Jensen. I don't know who those guys are. Pretty Deadly and Gallus battled for the right to leave the Capitol Wrestling Center as undisputed tag team champions of the brand in a fatal 4-way elimination match, with Briggs and Jensen and Gallus eliminated. The battle for tag team supremacy in NXT came down to Julius and Brodus Creed battling Elton Price and Kit Wilson. Julius dominated the action, showcasing his athletic prowess and ragdolling Pretty Deadly. around the squared circle. The squared circle, man. You guys know what that means. Come on. A shocking betrayal by Diamond Mine partner Damian Kemp, though spelled the demise of the Creed's reign as champions. As you all know, I don't know if you guys knew, Damian Kemp is also responsible for Roderick Strong's injury. He was also responsible for Roderick Strong being bleeding, in pain, laying on the road as the ambulance came and put him in the back of the ambulance truck. Ivy Nile went in there. I wonder what Ivy Niles is doing, going with Roderick Strong to the hospital. Is she going to make the damage worse, or is she going to be there for Roderick Strong to take care of Roderick Strong? What's going to happen? What's going to happen? Could Marina Shafir show up on NXT 2.0 and feud with Ivy Nile? Anything's possible. That'd be a great feud. Marina Shafir feuding with Ivy Nile. We need the NXT Marina Shafir in the AEW Women's Division, and we're not getting it. They're not giving us the Marina Shafir from NXT. You know, the one that was in that faction with Shayna Baszler and Jessica Menduke. Yeah, that Marina Shafir. Ivy Nile is great. I think Marina Shafir feuding with Ivy Nile, that'd be a great feud in the NXT 2.0 Women's Division, man. Marina Shafir should be in NXT 2.0 elevating the women's division. Putting over talent. That's what AEW is doing with her. But why the fuck do they got her paired with Nyla Rose? That's what I want to know. They call themselves the Beast Bardens. What? I don't get it, man. I just don't get what Tony Khan is doing, man. With Marina Shafir. I just don't understand. At first, Marina Shafir was doing good at first. Now, she's starting to do terrible in the ring. All she's doing is judo throws and German suplexes, and that's it. That's all we've seen her do in the ring. It's like, can you do something different? What else can you do? We seen Ronda Rousey do the same thing in the ring against Liv Morgan. Ronda Rousey did the same thing Marina Shafir did in AEW. Judo throws, German suplex, Piper's pin. 1, 2, 3. That's all. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Anyways. So, Kemp flattered Julius. Prince scored the pinfall victory and solidified he and Wilson's place at the top of the tag team mountain. In other words, it pretty much stands for the tag team division. This was a wild, chaotic match that had some great stuff from the Creed brothers and the typical strong work from the underrated new champions. Oh, the live chat's getting worse. He's back again. I don't know what to do, man. I just don't know what to do. I don't. I tried to get him out, and he comes back. The spammer comes back again, spamming my live chat. Can somebody please be my moderator for this review and get this fucking guy out of my fucking chat? Or can one of my moderators wake the fuck up and get in the live chat and start monitoring the chat, start doing their jobs? Because this is getting to a point where I'm about to get fucking really pissed off right now. I really am. I'm so sick and tired of seeing the same name in my fucking live chat every week. 69mega.com. Seriously, it's aggravating. I don't know what else to do, man. I tried to block him. I tried to report him. What can I do? What can I do, man? So that was a wild, chaotic. This was a very, very wild, chaotic match that had some great stuff from the Creed brothers and the typical strong work from the underrated new champions. Some of the bookings, such as eliminating Briggs and Jensen first, and then booking a pull-apart brawl between them and Gallus to take the referee out and set up the finish were finally puzzling, though. Now, that could be said about much of the booking leading to this particular match and involving the stars at play. The match was good. Wasn't that fucking good, but it was good. And it had great energy. But some of the strategic moves took attention away from the in-ring action. Then Damian Kemp, the Damian Kemp turn, made up for it. With Roderick Strong laid out and bloodied. He was laid out and bloodied in the parking lot earlier in the day. Kemp was responsible for it. You know Damian Kemp was responsible for Roderick Strong's injury and being bleeded in the parking lot. So setting him, this is basically Roderick Strong bleeding in the parking lot is pretty much setting Damian Kemp up for a big singles push and in line for a feud with his former Dynamite partners. This is mainly setting him up. This is mainly setting him up for a feud with Roderick Strong. I think Roderick Strong versus Damian Kemp should be booked for the next NXT pay-per-view. That's the way to go about it. Build the feud up, heading towards the pay-per-view. Build it up and make it the best feud on the NXT 2.0. I could see Damian Kemp putting over Roderick Strong. I could see this as being Roderick Strong's last match before he gets called up. That's the last thing. That's the last fucking match you would want to see Roderick Strong lose in and get called up. Roderick Strong versus Damian Kemp? Come on. You know Damian Kemp is going to win over Roderick Strong. Only for Roderick Strong to get called up to the main roster and get put on Monday Night Raw. I can see him going to Monday Night Raw. I can't see him going to SmackDown. There's no way he's going to SmackDown, man. I just don't believe it. Braun Strowman is going to make the Monday Night Raw men's division look like a complete disaster. He is a worst example of the men's division over on Monday Night Raw. And he's going to be the worst example for the SmackDown men's division when he gets drafted to SmackDown in years to come. For my sake, I hope Braun Strowman doesn't last long in WWE. I hope Triple H fucking releases him from the company. Braun Strowman is not a fucking good wrestler at all. He's just not good. He is fucking terrible. Why didn't he stay over there on Impact? Well, I can see why he didn't stay on Impact. Impact is one of the worst promotions in all of professional wrestling. Why didn't he stay in Controlling Your Narrative promotion? Why does Triple H have to sign somebody like Braun Strowman? Now, I would rather sign somebody like Bronson Reed than Braun Strowman. Come on. Seriously. Bronson Reed is more of an addition to Monday Night Raw than Braun Strowman is. Come on, man. Come on, man. This is uncalled for. Signing Braun Strowman. Like anybody's ever going to give a shit about Bron. Come on. Seriously. So, about Diamond Mine losing because of Damian Kemp, it pretty much sets him up for a big singles push and in line for a feud with his former Dynamite partners. The main feud that WWE is focusing on putting him in the feud with is Roger Strong. We get Roger Strong versus Damian Kemp for the next pay-per-view, and I could see Kemp putting over Roger Strong in Roger Strong's last match. Unless Roger Strong to get called up and go to Monday Night. That's the way I see it. Top moments. We're going to talk about top moments. Let's talk about it. So, Fallon Henley. Those of you that know Fallon Henley, she's known as Tesha Price from AEW, Dark and Elevation. And then we got Lash Legend. Somebody Quincy Elliott's trying to be like. Velveteen Dream is another person Quincy Elliott's trying to be like. That explains that black fucking thing he wears on his head. He is inspired by Velveteen Dream and Lash Legend, I believe. That Quincy Elliott guy, I'm not gonna be a fan of that guy. I already don't like his gimmick. But Fallon Henley and Lash Legend accompanied Briggs and Jensen and Pretty Deadly, respectively, and wasted little time brawling at ringside as their rivalry continued. Now, a scary fall from the top rope by Jensen resulted in him smashing his face. He was quickly eliminated from the match by Gallus. The Creed brothers delivered a modified version of the legendary Road Warriors Doomsday device to send Gallus packing after pinning Wolfgang. There was a late match referee bump caused by Brooks, Jensen, and Gallus rolling back into the arena. So, after that match, this leads us to the triple threat match to unify the NXT and NXT UK Women's Championship. This is where Triple H and Creative should have made the right call by having Blair Davenport winning the match over Mandy Rose and Meiko Satomura to unify the NXT and NXT UK Women's Championships. Not Mandy Rose picking up the win over Meiko Satomura and Blair to unify the NXT and NXT UK Women's Championships. That made absolutely no sense to me. That was a last-minute decision, I think, was made by the WWE NXT creative writers and either Paul Levesque or Shawn Michaels himself. Whoever made this decision to have Mandy Rose win to unify the titles, there's something wrong with you, man. Something's wrong with your brain. The right call and the right decision should have been Blair Davenport winning and unifying those women's tag team titles. Blair Davenport is ready to be the first British NXT UK. Well, actually, she's not the first British NXT UK Women's Champion, even though she's from the UK. But Blair Davenport is ready to be an NXT Women's Champion. She's ready to be an NXT UK Women's Champion. She's ready. I feel like she's ready to carry the NXT UK Women's Division. I feel like the right call would have been dropping the title to Blair Davenport. I even went with Blair Davenport. I even said on the watch along, Blair Davenport should win this match. It makes sense for Blair Davenport to win and unify the NXT UK Women's Tag Team or Championships. Sorry. That's how you know I'm tired. I can't get my shit right. Even if Miku Satomura even if Miku Satomura picked up a victory over Mandy Rose and Blair Davenport to unify the NXT and NXT UK Women's Tag Team Champions, even I could say that doesn't make sense. What would have been the right call and the right decision is to have Blair Davenport win over Mandy Rose and Miku Satomura to unify the NXT and NXT UK Women's Championships. I keep saying it wrong again. It made sense for Blair Davenport to put over Mandy Rose and Miku Satomura to unify the NXT and NXT UK Women's Tag Team. Nah, I'm just joking. For real though. For real though, y'all. To be on the serious side, I really do think it should make more sense. I really do legitimately think it makes more sense for Blair Davenport to win over Mandy Rose and Miku Satomura to unify the NXT and NXT UK Women's Championships. This gives Blair Davenport a chance to see how good she is, how good she will be carrying the NXT and NXT UK Women's division on her back. This gives time for Triple H to call Mandy Rose and Miku Satomura. This would have gave time to call Mandy Rose and Miku Satomura into the main roster, and I could have seen both of them going to SmackDown. We do not need a third female Japanese talent going to Monday Night Raw. If anything, SmackDown needs a Japanese female star, and Miku Satomura would be a great addition to Friday Night SmackDown. That's one reason why it was the right call. That's one reason why it should have been the right call for Blair Davenport to win and unify both of those titles. It's so that Friday Night SmackDown can have a Japanese female star. So they can have a Japanese female star known as Miku Satomura. I think Miku Satomura getting called up to the main roster, going to SmackDown to be on the SmackDown Women's roster, I think that would have been the way to go. Mandy Rose and Miku Satomura, they have star potentials written all over them. They both should have dropped the titles to Blair Davenport, so it would lead to both of them getting called up and getting put on the SmackDown Women's roster, because the SmackDown Women's roster is in dire need of more stars right now. And I think Mandy Rose and JC Jane, Gigi Dolan, and Miku Satomura getting called up to the main roster to go to SmackDown, I think that would be your stars right there. Those four would be your stars right there, getting called up to the main roster and going to SmackDown. Those are the stars that the SmackDown Women's roster needs. I was fussing about this women's triple threat match since my Worlds Collide watch along. I said to myself, why the fuck did WWE just make one of the worst decisions ever, having Mandy Rose win to unify the NXT UK Women's Championship? I questioned this. I said, why? Why would they have Mandy Rose win when the right call should have been Blair Davenport and unify those titles? It's the right decision. It's the right creative decision. It's not about who's the better female or male superstar, who's the better champion. It's about making the right calls. It's about making the right decisions. It's about being creative. It's about creative rights and decisions. I think WWE made a poor decision having Mandy Rose to win. That's just my opinion. That's just me. I would have had WWE to easily have Mandy Rose and Miku Satomura drop those titles to Blair Davenport for her to unify both titles. This is a slap in the face to Blair Davenport, man. Somebody who got built up, somebody who is not that terrible. Somebody that is really, really good in the ring. Somebody that has great in-ring skills. Blair Davenport is just now getting started. She has so many moves to show you guys. It's not even funny. She has so much fucking potential in her, man. I'm telling you. I love her fucking gimmick and I love her looks. She is such a beautiful woman. And she is fucking, well, her husband, boyfriend is fucking lucky to have her. Because Blair Davenport is fine as hell. Jamie Hayter, fine as hell. I'm not trying to say, what is it I'm trying to say? Let me think. Hold on. I need some time to think, folks. It's not that I want her to unify. It's not that I want her to win and unify the NXT UK Women's Championships because of her looks. It's just because it's simply the right creative decision. It's the right call. It's the right fucking move. It's all about making the right decisions, right creative decisions, and making the right moves. It's not about who's better, who's a better champion. No. It's not about that. And I'm going to say this one last time. I think the right decision would have been Mandy Rose, Meiko Satomura dropping those titles to Blair Davenport. Only for Blair Davenport to be the first ever WWE undisputed NXT Women's Champion. Now we got Mandy Rose being the first ever WWE NXT undisputed Women's Champion. I would rather see Blair Davenport be the first ever WWE undisputed NXT Women's Champion than Mandy Rose. Mandy Rose has already been a champion. She's already a champion. Jesus fucking Christ. Why did they have to have Meiko Satomura to drop the title to Mandy Rose and have Blair to lose to Mandy Rose like this? This is fucking bullshit. I felt like Meiko Satomura and Blair Davenport got robbed in this match. I feel like Blair Davenport mainly got robbed in this match. I felt like she was the only one that got robbed in this match. This is an absolute fucking political slap to the face of Blair Davenport, man. It's almost like they did not give a shit about her losing that match. That was the biggest loss of Blair Davenport's career. And she is never going to forget that day. I'm pretty sure she's going to talk about that on NXT UK this week. I'm pretty sure she's legitimately going to be talking about that on this week's episode of NXT UK. I'm sure she's going to have a lot to say. And I'm in for it. I'm going to be watching NXT UK this week because I want to see what she says. I want to see what Blair Davenport has to say about her loss to Mandy Rose and Meiko Satomura. I am all in for Blair Davenport, man. I really am. I am siding with her on this triple threat match. I think she got completely fucking robbed in this match. This was some complete fucking bullshit. Bullshit. This shit sucks. It really does. There's a lot of possibilities for Meiko Satomura on the main roster. A lot of dream matches I want to see with Meiko Satomura on the main roster. I want to see Asuka versus Meiko Satomura. You want to talk about a money-making match? That's a money-making match right there. Asuka versus Meiko Satomura. Especially with Asuka as a heel, Meiko Satomura as a babyface. Take my fucking money. Meiko Satomura versus Shayna Baszler. Definitely take my money. Meiko Satomura versus Io Sky. Meiko Satomura versus Dakota Kai. Meiko Satomura versus Bayley. Meiko Satomura versus Nikki Cross. Meiko Satomura versus Piper Niven. Meiko Satomura versus Sasha Banks. That's a money-making match. Meiko Satomura versus Shotzi Blackheart. Meiko Satomura versus Sonya Deville. Meiko Satomura versus Charlotte Flair. Charlotte Flair. Jesus Christ, nobody wants to see that. Nobody wants to see Charlotte Flair beat down Meiko Satomura. If Charlotte Flair beats down Meiko Satomura, the fans would be so fucking angry, and the fans would literally boo Charlotte Flair. All in the arena. Meiko Satomura versus Becky Lynch. Meiko Satomura versus Bianca Belair. Oh my goodness, you want to talk about money making? You want to talk about match of the year? Jesus fucking Christ, that would be match of the year. Asuka versus Meiko Satomura would be an even more match of the year. Yeah. If you call up Meiko Satomura to the main roster, I put her in the feud with Shayna Baszler first, because Shayna Baszler is the best top heel in the SmackDown Women's division right now. She is killing it with her heel gimmick. They just got to use her on TV more. Stop wasting her. Ridiculous. Seriously. Well, now that Triple H has had a creative talent relation, Shayna Baszler won't be wasted on TV anymore. She'll be used correctly. Just like all the rest of the talent that wasn't used correctly, that will be used correctly on TV by Triple H and creative. All those matches I just named are Meiko Satomura dream matches right there. Money-making matches. Some of the matches has the potential to be match of the year candidates. Half of those matches are WrestleMania caliber matches. Those are matches I would love to see in Meiko Satomura's era on SmackDown. Jesus fucking Christ. Talk about a possibility, man. My goodness. That's just like watching Meiko Satomura versus China. You know? We should have. I wish we would have got Meiko Satomura versus Toni Storm on the main roster. Holy shit, man. That would be a fucking action-packed match right there. If Meiko Satomura was to leave WWE and go to AEW, I could see dream matches like Meiko Satomura versus Thunder Rosa, Meiko Satomura versus Jade Cargill, Meiko Satomura versus Hikaru Shida, Meiko Satomura versus Chris Statlander, Meiko Satomura versus Layla Hirsch, Meiko Satomura versus Red Velvet, Meiko Satomura, Meiko Satomura versus Britt Baker, Meiko Satomura versus Jamie Hayter, Meiko Satomura versus not Rebuild, sorry, not Rebuild. Meiko Satomura versus Penelope, maybe. Meiko Satomura versus the Bunny, maybe. Meiko Satomura versus Emi Sakura, hell no, because Emi Sakura would make Meiko Satomura look like a complete fucking embarrassment in the ring. Nah. Get Emi Sakura off fucking TV. Get Sonny Kiss and leave Base off TV while you're at it. Seriously. They are fucking 3 of the worst female talents to ever have on an AEW women's roster. No kidding. No kidding. I'm not saying that to be rude. I'm saying that to be truth. But there are a lot of dream matches coming out of Meiko Satomura that I want to see on the main roster on SmackDown. I think when she gets called up, she's going to SmackDown, along with Mandy Rose and Tossy the Trash. I could have seen them going to SmackDown now if they would have made the right decision by having Blair Davenport winning and unifying the titles. No, they want to turn around and make the last fucking minute decision, having Mandy Rose win and unify both titles. I mean, I don't know, man. This is not the way I would have done it. That's all I'm going to say. Mandy Rose entered the show as the longest reigning NXT Women's Champion since 2018 to stay that way and unify her gold with that of NXT UK. She would have to defeat the ever-dangerous Blair Davenport and the legendary Meiko Satomura in a high-stakes triple threat match. Rose made history in a competitive, hard-fought match that she saw her hang with two Super B professional wrestlers and never once looked out of place. She never looked like she did not belong. Don't get me wrong, Mandy Rose is a beautiful woman. She's gorgeous. She's hot as hell. She's sexy as hell. Don't get me wrong, but they made the wrong decision having Mandy Rose winning and unifying the titles. I would have had Mandy Rose and Meiko Satomura dropping into Blair. That's just me. That's the right creative move, the right fucking decision. It's all about decision, directions, and rights. It's all about creative. It's all about those three things. It's not about who's better. It's not about who's the best. It's not about who's the greatest. Come on, man. People need to use common sense. So, she never looked like she did not belong, instead choosing Worlds Collide to deliver her best in-ring performance to date. Late in the match, the victor tried for her running knee, but Davenport dodged it and scored a roll-up. So, Satomura pretty much broke it up and looked to be on her way to victory, but Rose reemerged, rocked Davenport with a kiss from a rose, and earned the win and title unification. I've already had respect for Mandy Rose. I've had respect for Mandy Rose ever since her main roster debut on Monday Night Raw with Paige and Sonya Deville. I still respect Mandy Rose. I respect what she's doing, her gimmick. I respect her wrestling skills in the ring, but it just wasn't the right decision to have her win to unify titles. Davenport would have been the right decision. That's all I'm saying. Okay? I still have an issue with this till this day, man. I still have an issue with this match. I really do. With the way it ended. With the way the decision was made. It was not a good one at all. It was not cool. The quality of Satomura and Davenport all but ensured this was going to be a damn good match, but there was always doubt that Rose would be able to hang with two wrestlers infinitely more experienced. She proved she could, and in the process delivered a defining performance. Some argue against Rose winning, but just like Reigns versus McIntyre last night, if you were not absolutely certain Satomura and Davenport were the right competitors to end her title reign, do not book that outcome. Do not. Do not. NXT officials did not, and Rose continues to stand on top of the women's division in that brand. Terrible, terrible, terrible decision is all I'm going to say. There's no way I had Mandy Rose unifying those titles, man. Blair Davenport unifying those titles would have been the right decision. Same with Tyler Bate. The same with the Tyler Bate and Bronson Breakker match. Tyler Bate should have put over Bron Breakker to unify those titles. But again, WWE made that last-minute decision to have Bron Breakker win and unify the titles, which I also thought was a terrible decision. It's time for Bron Breakker to get called up to the main roster. He's ready. Why are they not calling this man up yet? Why? I don't know. I don't fucking know, man. Is it because of his gimmick? What? Why? So Wade Barrett correctly stated that for Davenport, she had nothing to lose and everything to gain in the match. Rose delivered a JBL X-Score fallaway slam to Davenport per Vince Joseph on commentary. Chants of women's wrestling rained down from the fans in support of the match the competitors had delivered to this point. Satomura delivered Scorpio Rising to break up a pin attempt. So that was it. That was the end there. So, after that match, we got the NXT Women's Tag Team title match. Doudrop and Nikki A.S.H took the initiative to show up and issue a challenge to NXT Women's Tag Team Champions Katana Chance and Kayden Carter. Don't get me wrong, this match was kind of terrible, but Kayden Carter and Katana Chance did most of the work in this match. And I love the way Katana Chance dances. She is sexy when she dances. Moving those fucking hips and that little small ass booty she got. She dances really good, man. She really does. Tell me. I don't know how I got into Katana Chance all of a sudden. She is great at what she does. She is a great dancer. Not only is she a great athlete, she's a great dancer. She should be in football cheerleading. She should be a cheerleader. She really should. For her dancing skills. She should go to NFL being a cheerleader. Seriously. That's how good Katana Chance is. Anyways, for the majority of the bout, they looked like the vastly superior team, dominating the competition. Late in the match, Gigi Dolan and JC Jane appeared, drawing the attention of Nikki A.S.H, Nikki Trash, who fended them off but missed Chance and Carter, taking out Doudrop. I wish they would change her name back to Piper Niven, to win the match and retain their titles. This was an interesting, it wasn't that interesting, but it's kind of interesting. It was an interesting match for just only a few reasons. So, not the least of which the fact that the champions were hardly presented as equals to their challengers. From there, the heel title attraction cost the other heels the match, allowing the supposed baby faces to win and retain their titles. Yep, I said it, to win and retain their titles, man. So, I was making sure my charger wasn't bent up. So the booking is ass backward and will take a lot of explaining to both make sense and connect the way it should. What makes no sense is the fact that WWE still has NXT Women's Championships being shown on TV and the WWE Women's Tag Team Champions being shown on TV. Why would you burn both fucking titles? I mean, there's no women's tag team divisions on either brand. Burn both of the titles, man. Seriously. Seriously. Why do you still have both titles on each brand? Why? What? What are they on there for? When's the NXT Women's Championship? What is the NXT Women's Tag Team Championships on NXT for? What is the WWE Women's Tag Team Championships on Monday Night Raw and SmackDown for? Seriously. It's already bad enough that you drop. It's already bad enough that you put the fucking goddamn titles on Raquel Gonzalez and Aaliyah. When you should have put the titles on Io Sky and Dakota Kai. That would have been the right decision. Put the titles on Io Sky and Dakota Kai instead of putting the titles on Smiling Raquel and terrible Aaliyah. Come on. That did not make sense. I will never forget the day they did that. That shit sucked so bad. That shit was fucking terrible. It really was. With that said, a feud between Dolan and Jane, Doudrop and Trash is hardly a bad idea. It's a very, very bad idea. It's an awful fucking idea. What a creative, awful idea that was. Whoever came up with that fucking idea, they gotta be a fucking glittering idiot. And I guarantee you it was fucking Bruce Pritchard. Guarantee you. Especially as Doudrop attempts to reboot her partner from the failed superhero to a refocused in-ring threat. Yeah. This NXT Women's Tag Team Championship match was not all that great. It was fucking goddamn god-awful. It was. So during a backstage segment, Nathan Fraser and Exam set up a friendly match for this Tuesday's episode of NXT, which we originally thought it was going to be on the card for WWE Worlds Collide pay-per-view. I guess they moved it to Tuesday. It was on the card, but they moved it to Tuesday, I believe. From what I was told. It legitimately looked like it was on the card, though. It probably was, man. I don't know. It probably was. The rival Toxic Trash and their role in the finish suggests they will either be arriving on the main roster as soon as Monday to feud with Doudrop and Nikki, or that tandem will appear more frequently on NXT TV to continue that program. Jesus Christ. I don't know why they would want to keep Toxic Attraction in NXT. They should be called up to the main roster. Same as Randy Rose, same with Meiko Satomura. This is what I'm talking about. Now you see why I said it would have been the right decision to have them drop the title to Blair Davenport. So Mandy Rose and Toxic Attraction and Meiko Satomura can all get called up and be making their debuts on SmackDown. Jesus fucking Christ. See what happens when creativity goes wrong. See what happens when the right decision gets bad. See what happens when WWE makes the worst fucking decisions in all sports entertainment. This was god awful. I don't even know what else to say, man, to this. Honestly, I really don't. But I got some good things to say about this NXT UK Championship Unification match. Bron Breakker versus Tyler Bate. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This was a hell of a fucking banger. Two of my favorite matches. Two of the best matches on the card, man. Second and last best match. So, Bron Breakker and Tyler Bate sought to defend their brands in the night's main event, a historic unification match that would bring together the NXT and NXT UK championships. The crowd was red hot, particularly for the Britt, who entered the arena to a big pop moments after a brief video looking at the lineage of his championship. A high drama main event. It featured several near falls, basically, and false finishes that had fans believing they were about to witness history, only for their resilient and double tough opponent to battle back into the match later. Late, it appeared as though Bate was poisoned to become. He was poised to become the first NXT UK representative to win on this broadcast. He knocked out of Bron Breakker's trademark press slam into a power slam and brought him with a hard right. All ill-facted Ricochet off the ropes landed him on the receiving end of a spear from Bron Breakker, who earned the win and unified both titles. I would like to know your thoughts on this. Let me know in the live chat your thoughts on this Unification NXT UK Men's Championship match between Bron Breakker and Tyler Bate. I thought it was fucking fantastic. This was a hell of a banger. This was a clash for the ages for sure. Now, this was not only representative of how extraordinary a pro wrestler Bate is, but also reflective of Breakker's growth as an in-ring performer. A year ago, he would not have had this match. He was too green, too raw. Too raw. He was way too excited to pretty much deliver all of the fancy moves he could without strangling them together with any fluidity. The second generation star has matured, and it showed in spades here as he hung with the celebrated UK competitor. So, would it have been nice to see Bate earn the win and embark on a run as the true face of the NXT brand? A brand that could use a bit of freshening up. Sure, but this was an okay call for now, given all of the work and energy that has gone into building and positioning Breakker as the face of the brand. Bate was the clear favorite in this one, drawing chance of Tyler 2 bells early. Bate delivered a superplex to Breakker, kicked up and followed with a running shooting star press for 2. Breakker delivered a top rope bulldog like his father, WWE Hall of Famer Rick Steiner. The crowd came alive late with dueling chants in support of both men. Bate bridged out of a pin attempt and right into a Tiger Drive 97 for the closest near fall of the match to that point. Talk about moments. That was one of the best fucking moments you could ever get from a pay-per-view like Worlds Collide. My goodness, that Tiger Drive looked great. Fan-fucking-tastic. It was not botched. It didn't look cringe or anything. It looked great. Well, folks, that is going to do it for the WWE NXT Worlds Collide 2022 review. Now we're moving on to the All Out 2022 review. And to start fresh off with going over the match between Carmelo, Sammy Guevara, Ortiz, and Ruby Soho. So we got Carmelo, Sammy Guevara versus Ortiz and Ruby Soho for the AAA World Mixed Tag Team Champions. I don't know why we got this match. I was very disappointed when they booked this match. We got it 3 times, and we seemingly got it a 4th time, only this time on the pay-per-view. Remember last year when I said when I said WWE kept booking rematches after rematches after rematches, you know, when Vince and Bruce was in charge, we kept getting rematches after rematch after rematch. That's what AEW is doing. It's exactly what AEW is doing. They're doing exactly what Vince and Bruce did. Booking it twice. Something Carmelo would say if she SmackDown Women's Champion. They booked this fucking match twice. I don't understand why. Why? Why do we have to get this fucking match 4 times? Why? Why? I mean, I know it's not that serious, but come on, man. Be creative about what you're booking. Think before you book something twice, man. Seriously. That's all I'm saying. Think before you come up with an idea of booking another rematch, man. You know, it's levels to this shit, man. I'm telling you, it's levels to wrestling. It's levels to being president of AEW. It's levels to being a creative writer in both promotions, man. Seriously. Even my older brother would tell you that. My older brother's a screenwriter. He'll tell you it's levels to being a goddamn screenwriter. Solo and Ortiz chased Guevara and Melo into the arena with a golf cart to start the show off with some chaos. This bout was wild and featured some big risks, intergender action, and a few close calls. Mel was able to get the win with a TKO. Oh, how long have they been calling this the TKO? Anybody in the live chat know? I mean, really, I'm just asking. TKO! That old school song, TKO! I'm sorry. It just reminded me of that. I don't know. But Solo appeared to be injured after taking the move. She was holding her nose and was immediately helped to the back. This match had some fun moments and was immediately helped to the back. This match had some fun moments and also had a few sloppy spots and no organization. This match was not all that interesting, but I mean, it wasn't bad either, but it is what it is. I'm just glad they got it out the way to where we're going to have to see this fucking feud on TV anymore. I think this was the last match that we was going to see between the team of Tay Mello, Sammy Guevara, and the team of Ortiz and Ruby. So I'm done talking about this. I don't want to talk about it no more. Because it's fucking boring just talking about it already. So, the second match on the pre-show featured Hook defending the FTW title against Cool Hand Angelo Parker. Daddy Magic distracted the referee so Parker could punch Hook in the eye to get an unfair advantage. After Angelo got in a decent amount of offense, Hook was able to pretty much recover and lock in the Red Bronc for the submission win. So, Daddy Magic attacked him, and Action Bronson saved Hook from being double teamed. This was quick, but it was fun for what it was. Who the fuck? First of all, who the hell is Action Bronson? Who is that? Is that somebody from Ring of Honor? Somebody from New Japan Pro Wrestling? I mean, who is this guy? It almost reminds me of that scene where that guy in the ring was being cringe to John Morrison, doing all that dancing and having his eyes open like Sleepy from Star Fox. dancing all over the ring like a geek. Anyways, Sabian versus Pac for the All-Atlantic title was up next. This was the first match in over 500 days for the man with a box on his head. So he seemed fired up and ready to remain the crowd of who he is. And he did just that, reminding the crowd who he is. The two high flyers put each other's arsenal skills to the test. Oh my goodness. This was a hell of a good match between Sabian and Pac. Wow. They had a good touch to it, Sabian and Pac. You guys thought I said Impact. Don't even tell me. Don't even think about thinking you said. Don't even think about thinking I said Impact. No. Nobody gives a shit about Impact. Impact sucks. Please don't get me started with the word Impact. My goodness. Anyways, man. Nonetheless, the bastard scored the win with his Black Arrow finisher. That Black Arrow finisher looked fucking great. I just thought I'd throw that out there. This was a fun match that showed how well Sabian has stayed in shape. The final 0 hour match was Ishii versus Kingston. Oh my God, they were exchanging so many chops that you can almost see red fucking slashes on Kingston's chest and Ishii's chest. So they started off with a basic lockup before testing each other with some chest chops. Both men had red chests with minutes. What I tell you. Right again. IWN, right again, man. Told you. Because I watched the show. I watched the pay-per-view. I knew. I knew from watching the shit. I mean, I ain't dumb. I ain't no fucking fat fucking slob. You know. Come on. I ain't no life sloan-ass brain dick rider. Come on. I know more than what I'm saying here. Despite me being autistic with disabilities, I know what I'm saying. I still know what I'm talking about here. I didn't realize it's 5:06 in the morning. God, this time go by too fast. I'm getting into bed after this. I'm serious, guys. As soon as I get done with this review, as soon as I get done giving out the news that people need to hear, I'm getting the fuck over here faster than a fucking goddamn Jaguar can freaking run. Faster than a car can fucking speed on the road. My eyes is fucking bothering me right now, and I can't even see a thing. My eyes are blurry. That right there is a sign I need to get off of here. And don't worry, I'm going to try to go as fast as I can. Everybody needs to listen to this. Everybody needs to know the results for Worlds Collide and All Out. And I was willing to give you guys a review. Not only was I willing to go live with the Worlds Collide pay-per-view watch-along and the AEW All Out 2022 pay-per-view watch-along, I was willing to go live and give you guys a review. My mic was off from the beginning, but somebody was able to Javar, somebody by the name of Javar, who subscribed to my channel, was able to tell me that my mic was off. And I told him, thank you. I really appreciate it because I did not realize it was off. I was still talking with my mic off. I didn't even know. That's why people that subscribe to my channel need to start reminding me when my mic is off, because I don't be knowing sometimes. I really don't. I have to pay attention, you know. But Eddie Kingston and Ishii, they used all of it to punish each other with stiff strikes and throws. Kingston picked up the win, but both men were left battered and bruised. This was pure fun from the start to finish. Ruby fell right on her head after a certain spot. She seemed fine, but it was a scary bump. Very, very, very scary. I'm just glad she's okay. Glad she's still healthy and good to go still. She also took a nasty bump when Melo superplexed her onto Ortiz and Guevara at ringside. Guys, obviously that wasn't fake there. You see fucking trolls like Curvin in the chat saying wrestling is fake. Since when? Ruby Soho falling on her head after a certain spot? That's not fake. That's factual information. That's real life shit. And it's also scripted. But that was real. That was fucking real. Talents getting scary bumps is real. Talents getting injured is scripted and real. Nothing fake about an injury. Nothing fake about scary bumps. My God, man. Good thing I don't have Twitter anymore. Thank God. Fuck Twitter, man. Fuck these goddamn dirty Twitter stains in the community. Bronson was at ringside to cheer on Hook. He produced Hook's entrance music and is a noted wrestling fan. He also has a decent suplex. This was the first time we had seen Hook sell more than a move or two. He still didn't have to sell much, but what he did do was fine. Sabian's new entrance music, it sounds good, not that good, but his new gear was even better. Whoever made it did excellent work. I'm willing to bet it was Kip Sabian's wife, Penelope. Anyways, Orange Cassidy came out to confront Pac, but the champ walked off. Ishii's blood vessels in his chest were broken after several chops. It looked painful, but he never slowed down. Never, ever slowed down. So we got the casino ladder match. Ray Phoenix and Wheeler Yuta were the first two competitors in the ring for the casino ladder match. More competitors would join overtime. But the match could end whenever somebody retrieves the big poker chip above the ring. Rush was the third star to enter the match, and he was soon joined by Andrade. They worked together to set some ladders up in various ways around the ring. Rush even seemed willing to let El Idolo try to win first. Claudio Castagnoli was up next, and he checked on Yuta pretty much before getting into the ring. Dante Martin joined the fray and almost win by jumping onto the ladder with a springboard. Now, Penta came into the match like a ball of fire moments later. Stokes Lee Holloway came out with his new stable and took down the chip after attacking everyone. But the Joker still had yet to be revealed. A masked man came out to the Rolling Stones. Sympathy for the devil. Stokely handed him the chip to a silent reaction from a confused crowd. He teased taking his mask off, but then he just walked away without telling us who he is. This was a weird way to end what was an exciting match. The crowd seemed totally deflected by what happened. Everything else was good. The way this ended had a big impact on how people will view this match. Rush has one of the coolest entrance masks in wrestling. It wouldn't work to wear in the ring. It's awesome for his entrance. Andrade hit Yuta with a sunset flip powerbomb from one ladder onto another. It looked nuts. Now, you want to talk about moments. There was a moment when Claudio tried to tip over some ladders, but it didn't work out the way he hoped. So he tipped them over a different way instead. Patel didn't even wait to get to the ring. He hit Martin with a cannon destroyer during his entrance, and it was hilarious. Guys, I'm going to take a little short break. I'm going to be right back. I got to go get some colder water in the refrigerator because this bottle of water done got warm. I will be right back. Don't go nowhere. Once I come back, we're going to continue the AEW All Out review, and then I'm going to give you the news on CM Punk, and I'm getting the fuck off of here. I'm getting the fuck out of here, and I'm landing that fucking bed. Because I've worked hard the end of this weekend to give you guys the content you need, the content you want to see, the content you want to hear. Worked hard giving you guys what you want to hear and what you want to see. I'm a hard worker, man. That's what I'm all about. But I'll be back. I'm going to get a change of water. I'm going to get some colder water. I'm going to get a cold beverage. I'm going to Whew. Man, I deserve this. All right, guys, I'm back. Let's continue with the AEW All Out 2022 review here. So, basically, there was a moment where Claudio tried to tip over some ladders. It didn't work on the way he hoped. He tipped them over a different way instead. Penta didn't even wait to get in the ring. He hit Martin with a Canadian destroyer during his entrance, and it was hilarious. Very, very hilarious. We know that. Okay. On to the Elite versus Hangman Page and Dark Order Trios Championship match. Yes, folks, this is going to be a long review. I haven't even got to the fucking end yet, unfortunately. So we got the Elite versus Hangman Page and Dark Order. And I want some credit after this one. I need to be given credit after this review, seriously. Because I have worked hard. I worked hard last week. And I mean, I worked really hard. It was a busy weekend for me. It was a busy weekend for not only JD, but it was a busy weekend for myself and other wrestling YouTube content creators and other podcasters, man. It just, woo! That weekend took the soul out of your fucking heart, man. That weekend took the energy out of your body. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Woo! Woo! Whoa, whoa, man. Seriously. This show was too long. The finals of the Trios Championship Tournament were held to crown the first champions at All Out. The Young Bucks and Kenny Omega took on John Silver, Alex Reynolds, and Adam Page. Page and Nick Jackson started for their teams with a standard lockup to initiate a bit of chain wrestling. They actually shook hands before tagging in Matt and pretty much Reynolds to have a similar exchange of counters and takedowns. Instead of a handshake, Matt slapped Reynolds across the face. So Silver and Reynolds stomped a mud hole in Matt while the ref was distracted until Heyman made them stop. A moment later, Omega and Page had their first standoff. They traded some tense words before locking up. Silver quickly tagged himself in to take over against the winner. The first half of the match was not as chaotic as some may have expected, but they used tags and kept the double and triple team spots limited so they had more impact when used. Once things started to get going, we saw fewer tags and more big spots. Page, Omega tagged themselves in so they could have a proper fight. Now, Page ended up hitting Silver with a buckshot lariat by mistake, and Omega pinned him while Matt held Heyman back. The Elite are your first trios champions. This bout had a little bit of everything, but the outcome seemed to deflect a crowd that wanted the Dark Order and Heyman to win. I give this match an A+. This was one of the best matches on the pay-per-view. There was only 2 matches on this pay-per-view that also stole the show. This was one of them. I'll tell you what the other one is later on in the review. So the moments, you want to talk about moments, man? It was cool to see Silver and Reynolds wearing gear to match Heyman. Omega is in better shape than he was when he got injured. He was never in bad shape, but he has more tension now. Having Heyman have some tension with the Dark Order throughout the match is a new wrinkle in this storyline. Heyman's chop to Omega's chest sounded like it itched in the area. That's how hard it was. It sounded like it echoed in the area. Now, Silver has one of the best hot tags in the business. The combo brainbuster suicide dive he hit with Reynolds looked great. Fair 4-way super kick spot was okay, and it didn't look as good as they probably wanted it to. The crowd almost exploded when Silver came close to pinning Omega. Something's wrong with my ear. Ear's feeling numb a little bit. We got Jade Cargill versus Athena. This match didn't even fucking last long. Athena could barely even pick up Jade Cargill in the ring. Jesus Christ, this match was fucking sloppy. This match was absolutely sloppy. The TBS championship was on the line when Cargill and Athena squared off. Athena almost won with her first finisher with the first minute. She legitimately almost won with her first finisher within the first minute. My God. The baddies pulled her out of the ring to prevent a pin. I had to look and see what notification I got. I had got a notification not too long ago. But anyways, Athena came close to winning a few times, but Cargill was able to hit Jaded for the win to extend her winning streak to 37-0. This was one of Cargill's better matches, but she still shows some hesitancy at times. Athena looked good, but not that good. She and her 30-year-old rival seem to have a slight lack of chemistry. Yeah, they don't. Athena and Jade Cargill don't have great chemistry together in the ring against each other, against one another. Like I said in the beginning, I'm gonna say it again. The match was fucking sloppy, not cringe, but sloppy. It was not all that good at all. Cargill busted through a wall of fake bricks for her entrance. She was dressed up like She-Hulk. That's what I said in the AEW All Out watch along. There were some stiff strikes at one point. Athena really laid out into the champion. The pump kick Cargill hit looked great. We got FTR and Wardlow versus Jay Lethal and Motor City Machine Guns. I don't know why we got this match. I didn't understand this. What's the purpose? And why are they letting FTR bring the Ring of Honor and IWGP Tag Team Champions to AEW? There's too many titles enough as it is now. We don't need the Ring of Honor titles or IWGP titles on the pay-per-view or on the show. The only titles that are important, the only tag titles that is important to AEW shows and pay-per-views are the AEW Tag Team Champions. The Ring of Honor Tag Team Champions should be shown on Ring of Honor, not AEW. Alex Shelley, Chris Sabian, and Jay Lethal took on Wardlow, Dax Harwood, and Cash Wheeler in a trios match, but Satnam Singh and Sanjay Dutt were also at ringside. The War Dog and Ric Flair's protege started for their teams. Lethal tried to circle Wardlow a bit, but the big man just stood unmoving in the middle of the ring. All 6 men had a chance to interact with each other at various times throughout the match, but we saw FTR paired up with Motor City Machine Guns most of the time. This bout did not have as many multi-man spots as the previous trios match on the card. It was actually made it easier. It actually made it easier to follow, you know. You always know who was legit at any given time, which is important in situations like this. Neither team seemed to dominate for too long, but the heels defiantly had a slight advantage thanks to Dutt and Singh's shenanigans at ringside. After a saponi of powerbombs, Wardlow was able to get the pin on Lethal to give his team the win. This match had some good spots and gave us a preview of what an FTR versus Motor Machine Guns match might look like. However, Wardlow was the star here. When it looked like the heels would attack after the match, Samoa Joe made his way to the ring to help out the War Dog and the Ring of Honor tag champs. Lethal spit on Wardlow, which is actually a crime in Illinois. It's a misdemeanor, but still carries a fine of up to $2,500. I don't see how that's a crime. Spitting on Wardlow. How is that a crime? This is a storyline. This is a story. This must be a story in a feud. Because Wardlow is feuding with Lethal, Dutt, and Singh. So it's just a storyline of feud. Dutt is such a good stooge. He and Brandon Cutler have mastered the role of Crowley manager. Wardlow no-selling strikes from smaller competitors will always be funny. The way Sabian and Shelley attacked the knees of Wheeler in their corner was unique. They had both of his legs trapped in different ways and knocked his knees at the same time. Dax's daughter raking Duck's pencil and then pinning him was a fun moment. The crowd loved it. Rightfully so. I don't blame him. I love Powerhouse's theme music, man. His theme entrance music sounds fucking dope as fuck. His theme entrance music sounds better than Ricky Starks' theme music. I'll tell you that much. Former Team Taz teammates Ricky Starks and Powerhouse Hobbs finally met at the pay-per-view to settle their differences. The former not FTR. I was actually joking about that. The former FTW champion rushed to the ring and went right after Hobbs, but it only took the big man a few seconds to hit one huge shot to stop him in his tracks. For the next few minutes, the 31-year-old Powerhouse dominated Starks with heavy hands and big punches. Eventually, Hobbs hit a massive spine buster to get the win. So, the crowd seemed surprised by the outcome, and it wasn't the first time. It was the second time, too. This match was too short, and the booking was a little weird, but it's likely the story is far from over, so maybe we will get a rematch so Starks can get the big win back. Taz did a good job not playing favorites. He did a really good job not playing favorites. He never really picked between those two men, so it made sense for him to be torn. Starks usually favors trunks, but he was wearing tights for this match. Maybe he is trying to change his look now that he is working as a babyface. The crowd had almost no reaction to Hobbs winning. So we got Swerve and Glory versus Acclaimed AEW tag titles. Max Caster and Anthony Bowens had a shot to win the AEW tag titles this weekend when they took on Swerve and Keith Lee. The crowd was cheering for both teams, but the Acclaim seemed to be a bit more over with the Chicago fans. Bowens and Swerve had a quick exchange to get things going before Lee and Caster took over. The Acclaim had the upper hand after a few minutes, so the champions took a moment to regroup at ringside. Lee faked an offer for a handshake and started beating Caster up so the crowd can, boo him for the first time since he came to AEW. Traditional tag team matches pretty much are much easier to follow than trios bouts. So it was a fun, fast-paced performance that was also easy to follow. Yeah, that. The crowd seemed to wake back up after a little quiet after the previous match's outcome. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I can see why I've been looking around. This fucking laptop is bright. Too bright, that's why. Bowens began selling a knee injury, so Swerve focused on that limp with every move he hit. Billy Gunn tried to help him a bit at ringside, but he could only do so much without getting the Acclaim disqualified. Caster began to build up a head of steam. After getting a hot tag, man, my voice is going to be tired after this review. My throat's going to be feeling weird and numb too. But he could only do so much without getting the Acclaim disqualified. Caster began to build up a head of steam after getting a hot tag. A miscommunication led to Lee accidentally hitting Swerve Out of the ring, both teams came close to winning several times before Swerve and Our Glory hit a combo powerbomb and double stomp from the top rope for the win. Lee and Swerve, acting more like heels, helped get the crowd behind the Acclaim even more than it already was. But more importantly, it allowed them to tell a better story. This match was outstanding, fantastic. The crowd was pretty upset at the outcome. So Caster's pre-match rap was hilarious. It's easy to forget how big Caster is until you see him to a guy like Lee. Swerve has some unreal precision. He makes difficult moves look easy to pull off. His baseball slide drop kick out of the ring looked awesome. The crowd chanting "You can't scissor" at Lee is further proof that pro wrestling has the best fans in the world. It's always a little scary when someone sells a fake injury to a part of their body that was legitimately injured because you never quite know for sure if it's real or not. Well, as far as best fans go, we don't need no fucking loud fans. Loud fans where they can bust somebody's eardrum like mine. Oh, no. Caster pick up Lee for a fireman's carry slam was the most impressive spot of the night up to that point. So then we got Britt Baker versus Jamie Hayter versus Hikaru Shida versus Toni Storm, AEW Women's title. Toni Storm was the victor and became the AEW Interim Women's Champion. I went for Jamie Hayter just because Jamie Hayter's beautiful. She's sexy. She's pretty. She's good at what she does in the ring. She has really good ring rust. She has really good in-ring skills. Her attire looks great on her. She has power. She's a force to be working with. She is definitely one of my favorites for sure. And I think the right call would have been Jamie Hayter winning the AEW Interim World Women's Champion. So we can get Thunder Rosa versus Jamie Hayter again. Only for Jamie Hayter to win and beat Thunder Rosa this time. And become the new AEW Women's Champion. That's the direction I would have went. Hikaru Shida is a former AEW Women's Champion. Britt Baker is a former AEW Women's Champion. So it was either Toni Storm or Jamie Hayter. I went with Jamie Hayter. They ended up having Toni Storm win. Come on, man. When is Jamie Hayter going to be AEW Women's Champion? Why didn't they have Jamie Hayter win this match? It should have been Jamie Hayter, not Toni Storm. Now people are going to be under the assumption that, it makes sense to have Toni Storm win. No, it doesn't. It makes more sense to have Jamie Hayter win because she's a heel. Toni Storm's a babyface. Why do you want a babyface versus a fucking babyface? You realize when Thunder Rosa comes back, she's still going to be in her babyface gimmick, right? You realize when Thunder Rosa comes back, she's not going to turn heel, right? She's going to continue her role as a babyface in AEW. She's not turning heel. That's what I'm saying. It would have made more sense for the AEW World Championship. It would have made more sense for Jamie Hayter to win and become the AEW Interim Women's Champion. That's all I'm going to say from there. That's all I'm going to say there. So the Interim Women's World title was decided in that Fatal 4-Way match that should have had Jamie Hayter winning. But you know how AEW and Tony Khan is with their political agendas. Same with Vince and Bruce. When they were in charge of WWE. If only Hayter Baker Cheetah and Storm. Baker and Hayter tried to work together at first to gain the advantage. That alliance did not allow them to dominate the match the way they had hoped. They tried to take out Cheetah by dropping her on the stage. The doctors were checking on her and helped her to the back while Hayter and Baker teamed up against Storm in the ring. Cheetah eventually came back out with 2 kendo sticks and went to work on the 2 women who took her out. We saw several 2 counts from everyone in the match before Baker calls Hayter the fucking pin. Now you know Hayter's going to have backstage. There's going to be news on Hayter having backstage heat with Baker after Baker seemingly cost Hayter the pin. Watch. Guarantee you there's going to be news on Hayter having backstage heat now with Britt Baker because Britt Baker cost Hayter a pin. A pin that could have easily solidified Hayter as the AEW Interim Women's Champion. This is some fucking bullshit. Not only Blair Davenport got robbed in her triple threat match, but Hayter got robbed in the fatal 4-way match for the AEW Interim Women's Champion. What the fuck? Why is British female wrestlers getting robbed? British female wrestlers. I'm about to start fucking trending a hashtag saying British female wrestlers deserves better. That's what I'm about to start fucking trending on Instagram and Facebook. Hashtag British female wrestlers deserve better. Because this is some fucking bullshit. This is the second female British wrestler that's been fucking losing the worst fucking, the biggest fucking match of their career. I wouldn't say the worst. This is legitimately the second, for real, ladies and gentlemen, hear me out. This is the second time in the row. This is the second British female talent that has lost the biggest match of her career. It's going from Blair Davenport to Jamie Hayter. They are both from British, both from the UK. And they both lost on the same day. What the fuck? This is crazy. I swear to God, on my fucking soul, man, I'm about to start fucking trending hashtag British female wrestlers deserve better. I swear on my daddy's grave, dude. I swear on my dad's grave. Seriously. This shit sucks. I don't know how you would bury British female wrestlers this much, like this, on a roster. On a WWE women's roster, that's great. And you bury an AEW British female talent on a roster, that's not all that great. I don't get it. Something's off here. Why are British female wrestlers not getting the push that they need? Meanwhile, Toni Storm is a British wrestler. She's getting her push. And you mean to tell me Jamie Hayter is not? Come on now. What the hell? They should both be getting a push in AEW. It shouldn't just be Toni Storm. Toni Storm shouldn't just be the only British wrestler getting her push. Jamie Hayter should be, as a British wrestler, should be getting her push too. That's the way I see it. Blair Davenport should be getting her push too. Same with Isla Dawn. Where's Isla Dawn on NXT UK? She's not even getting used right on TV. Same with Kaylee Ray. She's not even getting used correctly on TV. And they need to give Kaylee Ray her fucking ring back. That's what made Kaylee Ray the NXT UK Women's Champion in the first place. Her ring name, her in-ring skills, and what she can do in the ring. And her good promos. That's what made her NXT UK Women's Champion. I feel bad for Jamie Hayter the most because I feel like Jamie Hayter deserved this. This was her fucking moment, man. This would have been the right call having Jamie Hayter to win that AEW Interim Women's Champion. I swear to God, I'm telling y'all what I fucking know now. This shit fucking sucks. In a million fucking ways. This has got to be some kind of political bullshit going on or something in AEW. There's some political, you better believe there is some political stupidity bullshit going on in AEW. And I'm not trying to involve race, but there's something going on. Something's not right. Something's not right, man. And the way they used Athena on TV, it was fucking awful. They had Athena annihilated by Jay. Athena was nothing to the women's division. That's how bad the match looked with Athena and Jay Cargill in it, going at it against one another. Jamie Hayter getting wasted is just like how Athena got wasted in her match against Jay Cargill. All these women with so much potential. All these women with so much fucking potential, man. Wasted. 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 With no explanation as to why they're getting wasted and mistreated and not used on TV. Not used properly. And not being given silver roles on television. I gotta get the fuck out of here, man. Seriously. I gotta get out of here. I gotta get out of here before I implode in my room, dude. Seriously. I hope to God they use Jamie Hayter and book her better on TV. Because they are not doing a good job with her right now. They are doing absolutely worse for her. And if Jamie Hayter requests for her AEW release, it's going to be because of Britt Baker and Toni Khan. I'm telling you right now. She should have been AEW Interim Women's Champion. The right decision would have been to put that fucking goddamn title on Jamie Hayter. I'm telling you now. Honest to God truth. I'm speaking facts, man. I'm speaking from what I fucking know in my own head. I'm not just fucking mocking some fucking podcaster in the community. I'm not just mocking some fucking YouTube content creator in the community. I'm saying this to be fucking openly honest. And oh my God, don't even get me started on Jungle Boy versus Christian Cage. This match was fucking horrible from the start. This was fucking terrible. Oh my goodness. This was one of the worst matches. Well, this was the only worst match on the fucking card. The only worst fucking match on the card. They need to end this feud effective immediately. Nobody's interested in it anymore. Get it off television. Get Jungle Boy to where he needs to be, which is the top of the men's division. He should be one of the best top babyfaces in the men's division. He's not looking like the top babyface in the men's division so much now. That ain't feeling Chris. It seems like he's getting brought down by AEW Creative and Tony Khan. Tony Khan's making some huge mistakes in this company, man. He needs to fix. So there's so many things Tony Khan needs to fix. He needs to do what Triple H did. Fix the fucking rosters. Merge the fucking divisions. Unify the fucking titles, man. That's what he's doing. He's unifying the titles. But he needs to fix some of the fucking roster. He needs to book the right matches. He needs to use talent right on TV. Because some of the talents are not getting treated right. They're getting treated like complete bullshit. Or where's Ethan Page been the whole time? What about Brian Cage and his faction? And his two guys? Where are they? Where the fuck are they? Where's Tully Blanchard? I haven't seen Tully Blanchard. I haven't seen the manager of Tully Blanchard. Isn't Tully Blanchard the manager of Brian Cage and those two guys? What is going on here? They got all this talent, and some of them are barely even getting TV time. Why is that? Is it because a lot of the shit is taking toll on Tony Khan? Is Tony Khan responsible for all this backstage heat and fights backstage? I think Colt Cabana is responsible for all this bullshit. Let's be honest. Colt Cabana's got a mouth. He's got a bad fucking mouth on him. Somebody needs to put him in fucking check. Seriously. Somebody needs to put that guy in check or something. Tony Khan needs to pull Colt Cabana from whoever he's talking to and just fucking tell him, hey, tone it down, man. You're getting people in trouble. You need to fucking stop sticking your nose to where it doesn't belong. Mind your own business. And be you. You know? You got to stop causing backstage heat. You got somebody like that causing backstage heat, you need to fucking let them go. Fire them. They need to be fired immediately. You can't have somebody like that backstage. I don't care if he's part of the Fight Forever game. I don't give a fuck. He needs to get fired if he's causing backstage heats and fights backstage. Even if he's responsible for the Thunder Rosa and Britt Baker heat. Get him out. Get him out. Get Colt Cabana out. Let him go. Release him from his contract. Release him from the company if he's causing so much backstage heat. If that news on Colt Cabana is true. My God. You want to talk about Britt Baker spitting out political bullshit? CM Punk is looking just as bad as Britt Baker right now. My God. With this political stuff. But you know what? CM Punk looked great in his match against Jon Moxley, and he deserves that AEW World Championship. CM Punk is good at what he does in the ring. He has great in-ring skills. He has great chemistry. But he needs to keep some of the stuff to himself. He doesn't want to get himself into backstage heat. He doesn't want to get himself into trouble again. He doesn't need to be leaving the company again just because something involves him, just because it's his fault that this happened or that happened. You got to learn how to control things and let things go and move on. CM Punk's opinions about WWE are true. And I believe CM Punk about what he says about WWE and how fucked up their creative is. Oh, no doubt about it. No question about it. WWE's creative was fucked up when Vince and Bruce was in charge. Now Triple H has had a creative talent relation. The creative is looking more better than that. I mean, look at the World Women's Division. Bayley, Io Sky, and Dakota Kai on Raw. Change. Johnny Gargano returning. Change. Tommaso Ciampa on Raw. Change. 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 Braun Breaker unifying the titles. Change. Pretty Deadly unifying titles. Change. Kept turning on Roger Strong. Change. Change, man. Everything is happening. Change is now applying. I can now say change is happening on NXT 2.0 now. I think Triple H is done making changes to Raw and SmackDown. I think he's now focusing on NXT 2.0 because I'm starting to see some changes on NXT 2.0. But CM Punk's got to learn how to keep things to himself, man. If he's saying stuff about people, he's got to keep stuff to himself. He can't not fucking go public and be saying stuff about people that's got backstage heat with him, man. He's got to keep it down a notch. He's got to let stuff go and I don't want to say let go and let God, but let go and move on. Let go and be yourself. Continue to put over talent that you know is going to be the next mega stars in AEW. That's all I'm saying. Nothing more, nothing less. So we got one of the more personal rivalries, one of the worst fucking rivalries on the card. One of the worst fucking matches on the card. No, not one of the, never mind the worst matches. The only fucking worst match on the card. Christian Cage versus Jungle Boy. So these two began as mentor and mentee. But after a brutal by Captain Charisma, they became bitter enemies. Luchasaurus came out on the stage and attacked Jungle Boy out of nowhere. He choke slammed his former partner on the metal rates next to the ring. He carried Jack Perry toward the ring and power bombed him through the timekeeper's table. Man, that looked really bad. The 25-year-old said he could fight when the referee asked him. So the match basically began. Christian hit him with a spear and a kill switch to score the win in less than a minute. It's hard to put into words how weird of a booking choice this was. On a night with a few questionable outcomes, this was one that seemed the most out of place. Jungle Boy's mom slapped Christian on his way to the ring. Luchasaurus pulled off an exclusive triple turn during this storyline. Stuff like that's not easy. We know that. So we got Daniel Bryan versus Chris Jericho. William Regal joined the commentary table to watch as Danielson battled Jericho. Got the lion heart this week instead of the wizard. Chris Jericho's got so many character gimmicks, it's not even funny, and he's good with every single one of them. That's what you call one of the greatest of all time. And that is truly why. That is one of the reasons why he's the greatest of all time. His character gimmicks. His fucking promos, another reason. His in-ring skills. You want to talk about two greatest of the old, you want to talk about two of the greatest professional wrestlers of all time, Daniel Bryan and Chris Jericho. Elliot Taylor was there to perform Danielson's entrance music live after getting frustrated. Jericho slapped the American Dragon right across the face, but Danielson did not reach aggressively. He kept his cool and took his opponent down in a waist lock. He kept this technical for quite some time by focusing on hands down, on holds, takedowns, and counters. But they also used the occasional chop or kick to soften each other up. The pace was slow and methodical at times, whatever, but not in a bad way. It allowed them to sell each move and tell a story without rushing from spot to spot. Yeah, I can see that. I see that in most matches. So these are two men who are both veterans, greatest of all time. Both of them are well known for being amazing performers. So it should come as to no surprise that they have one of the best matches of the night. It might not have had as many high-flying spots as other bouts, but it had some structure other bouts lacked. Both men came close to winning with some of their signature moves. They got a whole bunch of signature moves. They got a whole bunch of signature moves Daniel Bryan and Chris Jericho do. But it took a long, I wasn't going to say long, but I was going to take low. That's the word I was looking for. I'm going to try again. It took a low blow and a Julius effect from Jericho to score the win. Man, low blows really hurt. They really hurt, man. The match itself had a lot to like. Well, they don't hurt people like me, that's for sure. But anyways, this is another finish on this card that is going to get a split response from fans. So, notable moments. Jericho had on tights that called back to some of his old ECW and WCW gear. Danielson is so smooth with his translations. Everything he does has an extra level of shine to it. Danielson meditating before popping to his feet to upload on Jericho was a funny moment. Jericho has a nice German suplex. He should use it more often. That's very true. I was speaking truth when I say that. House of Black versus Sting and Darby Allin. And the Redempted Miro. So we got another trios match in the 4th hour of the main show with the House of Black taking on Miro, Sting, and Darby Allin, of course. How can I not forget? Malachi Black and Miro had a long stare down after the bell. Buddy Matthews tagged in quickly, but he ended up on the receiving end of a slam after Miro caught him flying through the air. The powerhouse refused a tag, so Allin had to tag himself in. After Black came back in, he immediately took control and put the risk taker on defense for a long time. All 3 members of House of Black took turns on beating on him, but Allin kept himself in the match despite the overwhelming odds against him. Matthews hit Miro and Sting's back while the referee was looking the other way. So Sting and Allin had to feign for themselves for a little while. The Icon split some mist in Black's face to set up Allin to get the pin for his team. The match was fine for what it was, but nothing about it stood out from the other trios matches we saw on this show. So at least the crowd pretty much seemed to like the finish. I don't know if I'd say that, but here's what it is. Allen's face and body paint looked awesome. He always does something a little extra for pay-per-views, and this was no exception. Taz is underrated as a commentator. He provides a lot of great insights while also provided justification for certain things that happen with his explanations. He adds a lot to every match he calls. Sting moves way too well for somebody his age. He's making the rest of us look hard. He makes the rest of us look bad. He makes the rest of us look bad. Hell, he makes some of us look sad. Shit. Never mind bad. Jon Moxley versus CM Punk. AEW World Title. So this was the second and last best match on the pay-per-view. So the 2 best matches were the AEW Trios 3-on-3 championship match to crown the first ever Trios AEW champion. And the AEW World Title match. Those were the two best matches on the pay-per-view, in my honest opinion. The main event, final match of the night, was the AEW World Heavyweight Championship bout between Moxley and the former champion Punk. This was a little short feud between Moxley and CM Punk. It wasn't like a storyline feud. It's like a rivalry of some sorts. The crowd was booing Moxley and cheering Punk, so the champion played into those reactions by acting a bit more like a heel. That is what is great about the Blackpool Combat Club. They can be heels or faces at any time, depending on what the situation calls for. Punk hits a GTS very early in the match, but he only got a 2 count. A few minutes into the match, the Moxley chants began to be just as loud as the Punk chants. The straight edge superstar was busted wide open, and his white gear began to show huge red stains. After a little while, Moxley began to take Punk apart piece by piece. The challenger refused to stay down for the pin or tap out to a submission. Both men tried several different tactics to win. Moxley was the one controlling the pace for the majority of the match. Moxley countered a GTS and hits the Death Rider for a close 2 count. Punk managed to escape the Bulldog choke and hit a GTS. He picked up Mox to hit another and covered him for the win to become the AEW champion in front of his hometown crowd. This was a hard-fought and entertaining encounter, but it makes the booking of the previous bout even more curious. It will be interesting to see how people react to this one in a day or two once it settles in. Now, the lights went out and a voicemail from Tony Khan began to play. The Max Man from earlier in the night revealed himself to be MJF. He's back, and he's coming for CM Punk's world title. The Punk chants slowly turned into MJF chants when he came out on the stage. He flipped off the crowd as the show went off the air. So Punk got the usual reaction he gets in Chicago, but Moxley also seemed to have a lot of fans in his corner. They were some boos. Punk was not the universal favorite, unfortunately, in his hometown, which is sad. I felt really bad for CM Punk on that one. Moxley had some fans chanting his name early on, but the Punk fans were loud. Too loud. But I don't blame them. I mean, it's AEW All Out. It was one of the best pay-per-views that AEW's ever produced. Quite a few people on the card wore white gear, which has to be insanely difficult to keep clean, and to finally help the bit of blood we saw stand out more. You could hear the crowd beginning to shift about halfway through the match. Punk still had a lot of fans, but Moxley's reactions were just as loud at some point. The way Moxley was clawing and biting at CM Punk's head wound was both disgusting. It wasn't really awesome. I'm going to just say, instead of both awesome and disgusting, I'm just going to say the way Moxley was clawing and biting at Punk's head wound was just completely disgusting and unnecessary. That looked cringe as fuck from John Moxley. Unnecessary. We didn't even see that on TV. If that was rated R, at that point, the parents would be closing the kids' eyes so they wouldn't see the disturbing footage or the disturbing fucking taped episode where you see blood on a fucking talent's chest, or where you see blood on a superstar's leg. This pay-per-view was brutal and was exciting as it got. This was one of the best pay-per-views that they've ever produced. Both pay-per-views killed it. And I'm looking forward to getting pay-per-views like this with 8, 7, or 8, at least 8, 7 matches, not 15 matches next year. Looking forward to seeing next year's Worlds Collide pay-per-view as well. I will still be alive. I will not be dead. I will still be alive. I'm staying alive to the day I die. Ain't nobody gonna get me, man. Come on. But, folks, this is gonna do it for your WWE NXT versus NXT UK Worlds Collide 2022 AEW All Out review. This is gonna do it for both reviews. If you enjoyed this review, hit the thumbs up. If you didn't, hit the thumbs down. It's okay to hit the thumbs down sometimes when I'm in a good mood and I feel like it. When I'm in a bad mood, don't hit the thumbs up. Please don't. I'm actually in a little bit of a good mood. I'm glad I'm going back to work today. I don't want to hear all them fucking fireworks at night during Labor Day. But also, I'm going to be trying to knock them dishes out fast at work. And knock that prep out fast, too. So I can get out of work early. Do the same thing on Tuesday. Do the same thing on Thursday. I'm ready to get this week over with, period. I'm ready for this month to go by. I'm ready for these spiders to go bye-bye so we can get into December. I don't even think my brother's going to be able to visit Salisbury because he's probably got stuff to do on the holiday. and he works 2 jobs, so ain't no way he's going to be able to come down here. But it's okay. I've seen my brother. I've seen the recent new picture of my brother. I know what he looks like. And I've been talking to him. My older brother's doing all right. He's got 2 jobs. And I'm not telling anybody the 2 jobs he got because that's none of nobody's business. Now, I can tell you that I still work at KFC and I am actually leaving KFC next year. But anyways, folks, I'm done. It is 6:11 in the morning. I stayed up for you guys. I gave you guys what you wanted to hear, what you wanted to see. Jesus fucking Christ. We got much more loaded content coming to the channel this week, including some WWE 2K22 content and much more. I may even try to string some Star Wars content because I got a new game that I want to stream, on YouTube this Saturday weekend. It's a fucking pod racing game. And I'm sure you guys are going to be familiar with this one. There are 2 Star Wars pod racing games that I'm going to be streaming on YouTube. One's better than the other one, though. This week is going to be even more fantastic. I can't wait for this week's episode of Friday SmackDown. I'm ready for Friday to get here already. Friday is my only favorite day of the week. Now, with all that being said, it's time for me to head on out. Plus, I need to try to get me a little bit of sleep at least before I go to work because I got to be at work before 5 o'clock p.m. So I'll probably end up taking a nap at around 1 and probably end up getting up at around 3 getting ready for work. I'll probably end up scheduling the AEW Dark Elevation watch along when I come home from work tomorrow, probably. I want to try to schedule the AEW Dark and Elevation watch alongs before work, but I'm only going to get to schedule one of them. I want to try to get up and schedule one of them at least. I'm gonna schedule both watch alongs early. I'm gonna try to. I'm gonna schedule one of them early and schedule the other one when I come home from work. I'll have the thumbnails in the background made. Y'all let me handle that. Don't worry about that. Anyways, it's been great. What a busy, great, awesome, fantastic weekend I had last weekend. I had a great night spending time with you guys in live chat. I really appreciate you guys joining me for my AEW All Out and Worlds Collide watch along and review. Anyways, I hope you guys have a great start to your week. Usually my great start to my week is fucking bad and boring as usual, but it'll be all right. Once I get to work, it'll be a lot better. Nonetheless, stay safe always, and I will see you guys in the live chat for AEW Dark Elevation episode 79, I believe. I may have to double check. Let me see. Yes, I will see you guys in the live chat for AEW Dark Elevation episode 79 this Tuesday afternoon. Peace and have a safe Monday. Stay safe always, folks.